Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Brookstone, as we have got some fantastic volleyball playoff matchups in the GIAA for you on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It's the first and second round games we'll bring to you. The first game is the number 2 seed Brookstone Cougars taking on the 15th seed First Presbyterian Day. How is everybody doing? Richard Holdridge here on the call. Glad to be joining you. We will be live streaming Dominion Christian and Valwood. That's going to be up after this game. The number 7 seed Dominion Christian out of Marietta and the number 10 seed Valwood out of Valdosta, as this is part of an incredible lineup of volleyball playoffs. All three teams from Columbus will be in action today. Over at Pacelli, Calvary Christian, they're about to tip off in about an hour. The number 6 seed taking on the number 11 seed Stratford Academy, and Pacelli will be taking on the winner of that matchup, as the road to shorter starts now. But first, we're going to go and take a break. When we come back, we should have the start of this volleyball match, as you're watching the NAI G2 commercial Brookstone Game of the Week on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Whether you're building your business or finding your dream home, G2 Real Estate is with you every step of the way. Commercial or residential, our mission is the same: turning your vision into reality. With experience, insight, and a commitment to your success, we're more than brokers, we're your partners. G2 Real Estate, building futures one property at a time.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
All right, welcome back to Brookstone. We just had the national anthem. We're honored the all-region team. Honorable mention was Evangeline Gutierrez, and Sluter was second team, Priscilla Fega, and Carson Galligan. Carson Galligan was the offensive player of the year and also set the record, the school record, for most kills in a season. And I want to remind everybody she's only a junior. Carson Galligan, I was talking to her dad earlier. He has a nickname for her. I got a nickname for her as well, call her the closer. She is one of the most dominating volleyball players that we've seen in our area. I'd put her up there with Shannon Menifee over at Pacelli. She is just got monster numbers, the 6'2 junior, averaging 4.6 kills per set, and also has just an incredible stat line, 59 serving aces, and a hitting percentage of 3.13. Yes, Carson Galligan, she has been dominant this year. And Brookstone coming in with a 25-6 record. The last time they lost was to the Walker School. That was about maybe a month ago. I mean, they've been on a hot win streak, taking on a First Presbyterian Day team out of Macon. They've gotten to the playoffs, but they go 4-4 in the region, and they have a 12-17 overall record. And they are ready to go, as we are all ready to go here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It's GIAA first round playoffs, live from Brookstone. And serving for FPD, the Vikings, Riley Hayes, getting ready to serve. And we are underway here at Brookstone. The bump by Hollingsworth, Fega, block, and that point goes to Brookstone. On to serve is Gutierrez. And quickly Brookstone up 2-0 here in the first set. Good block. Bump by Fega. That's Waltrip trying to block it. Sluter. Gutierrez. FPD ends up getting the point. It's quickly 2-1 here. Early on, number 5, Caroline Duke on to serve. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. Hollingsworth. That's going to be hard to defend. Cougars making quick work so far. Priscilla Fega on to serve for the Lady Cougars, led by their coach Lee Halverson. The number 2 seed taking on the number 15 seed. The winner will take on the winner of Dominion Christian and Valwood. FPD ends up getting the point. And now the libero, Sophie Bonfim, for the Vikings. Fega with a bump. Gutierrez. Carson Galligan drives it home for the kill, and Brookstone leads 4-2. And now the libero, one of the 4 seniors on this squad for Brookstone, and Sluter, leading the team in digs per set. Set. Spiking it over. Good job there by Fega. Carson Galligan can't be denied on that one. Another kill on the play gives Brookstone a 5-2 lead. The bump by Bonfim. Spiking it over is Kelly. Tipped, out of bounds. And point goes to FPD. There was a little talk over to see if Brookstone's making the case they did not deflect the ball, but the ref had a vision where he made the call. It was a close play. And back to serve is Caroline Duke. Vega with a bump. Gutierrez. Here's McPherson. McPherson gets the kill as she's 3rd on the team with 1.1 kills per set. Brookstone leads 6-3. Got to play to 25. Win by 2. And they play 3 sets. You got to win 3 sets. They could play 5, but got to win 3 sets. What a slam there by Hannah Claire Kelly, the 5'6" senior for FPD. And Claire Kelly going to take this serve. And it goes out of bounds. Carson Galligan, a.k.a. the closer, on to serve for Brookstone. Bump by Bonfim. Gets it over. Galligan with a bump in that back line. Gutierrez, Priscilla Fega slamming it down with authority. Coming in at you hot, 50-mile-an-hour spike. Brookstone can really open up this first set with a couple of good serves. And an ace by Carson Galligan. Oh, that line drive coming in fast. Back-to-back aces for the closer. FPD getting it over. Sluter, Gutierrez, McPherson gets it over. Trying to dig it out on the ground was Riley Hayes, but Brookstone coming up with a point. Carson Galligan on to serve. And another ace for Galligan. That is 3 aces in this set. It's 12-4, Brookstone. And that goes out of bounds. Georgia Alabama Sports Live, like the Facebook page, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We are brought to you by the Houston Clinic, Coca-Cola, Kinetic Credit Union, and Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC. It is the first round of the GIAA playoffs. We will have round 2 later tonight as that goes into the net. And now Meg McPherson, who was on that all-region team that was awarded earlier today as the all-region players were recognized pre-game. How about Waltrip with a slam? Brookstone feeling confident here in this first set. And now Meg McPherson back to serve once again. Bonfim with the bump. Getting it over is Bennett. And Bennett slams it down. FPD really needed that one because it felt like Brookstone winning a couple of those serves put some distance ahead of them, and now FPD is going to try to get those points back. Riley Hayes on to serve. Gutierrez sets, Vega slamming it, but right there is Bonfim. Good recovery, and slamming it down is Caroline Duke. And now FPD trails 14-7. Riley Hayes on the serve. Vega. Good job, Bonfim. Trying to get it over, and that's Caroline Duke once again. 3 straight points for FPD. Hayes to serve, and smartly Brookstone lets it go. And now here comes Evangeline Gutierrez, the freshman who received honorable mention honors for the region. And Evangeline Gutierrez just picked up an ace. She has got a bright future, only a freshman. The setup person for Brookstone, leads the team in assists. We'll try to get score updates on those other games going on in the state. As Evangeline Gutierrez with another ace, it's now 17-8. So the top 4 seeds host is basically a bracket with 16 teams, sometimes 15 because some games do forfeit. But Brookstone is the number 2 seed, taking on the number 15 seed FPD. And that's going to be a point for FPD. And so in the bracket that Brookstone is hosting, Dominion Christian out of Marietta is the number 7 seed. Valwood is the 10th seed out of Valdosta. They will be playing right after this. Hollingsworth, good deflection, nice dig, and we got a point for Brookstone as that was dead interference by FPD. 18-9 is your score as Brookstone inching closer towards 25. And on to serve will be Priscilla Fega. Winner of this match will take on the winner of Valwood Dominion Christian. And then we will have, as that's a point for Brookstone, we'll have a winner later tonight that will advance to the Final Four, which will be next week at Shorter University. We got a timeout. We'll take one, too, as you're watching the GIAA first round volleyball playoffs on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Vision's morning show for the best in local, regional, and national sports news. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Vision's morning show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Vision's morning show, and download the Sports Vision's radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia. Sports Visions 92.1. We are your hometown sports guys.
Welcome back here to Brookstone. Fresh out of a timeout, Priscilla Fega did get an ace. It's now 20-9. Nice save by Sluter. Gutierrez, Carson Galligan slamming it, and it's in the line. What a shot by Carson Galligan. That's her third kill this set. She's close to her pace. Priscilla Fega on to serve. It's 21-9, Brookstone. The bump, slamming it, wall trip, 22-9. The other top seeds, the Keens Academy, the overall number 1 seed, they are hosting their bracket. But Shelley, the number 3 seed, is hosting in a bracket. And that actually played off the rafters. You could play it. A good job anticipating it by Brookstone. Nice save, but are they calling that an illegal hit? Yes, they are calling that an illegal hit by Brookstone, and FPD will end up getting the point, and it's now 22-10. Sophie Bonfim will be serving the libero for FPD. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. Hollingsworth. Too far. Very important to win the first set. We've seen Brookstone battle with other teams, and last time they took on Calvary here, they battled to 5 sets. They were just going back and forth. Oh, what a slam by Carson Galligan. That's her 4th kill this set. And now the libero and Sluter on to serve for Brookstone. That's going to be a point for FPD. Caroline Duke on to serve. Vega with a bump. Gutierrez. Good job there, McPherson. Slamming it down is Carson Galligan. Set point coming up for Brookstone. I give her a kill in the stat sheet. That would make 5 kills this set. Here's the bump. Slamming it. Out of bounds. Brookstone wins set number 1. What a way to start the first round of the GIAA playoffs, taking the first set 25-12 over FPD. We'll step aside and we'll get ready for set 2 as you're watching the GIAA first round matchup on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Are you looking for a powerful new Chevrolet or GMC truck and a great deal? Check them out side by side at Glenn Smith in Opelika. Take your choice of new Chevrolet and GMC 1500 trucks discounted up to $12,000 off. Chevy and GMC heavy-duty trucks discounted up to $7,000 off. People from all over the USA save at Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC in Opelika, Alabama. Get ready.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to Zaxby's for their continued partnership with us for over the last couple of years since we started this. Your partnership has meant the world for us to give you premier coverage for all the local sporting events around the Chattahoochee Valley area. And specifically, I want to thank Judson Humphreys, my good friend, and the Phoenix City location being with us from the very beginning, man.
Absolutely. Well, we just appreciate what y'all do in the community for these student athletes, and we just want to be a part of it.
Whether it's tailgating, parties, or you just want a quick bite to eat, come to the Phoenix City Zaxby's location and tell them Georgia Alabama Sports Live and Thrift sent you. Thank you again to Judson Humphreys and Zaxby's for our continued partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
And welcome back to Brookstone. That first set was brought to you by State Farm. Carroll Purdue, serving the Phoenix City community for over a decade. State Farm, Carroll Purdue has been a proud supporter of Georgia Alabama Sports Live from the very beginning, as that was our sponsor of the first set. Now we get ready for set number 2, as Brookstone ended up taking the first set 25-12. The highlight of that first set was Carson Galligan at 5 kills. And she, only a junior, broke the all-time record for kills in a career, which is pretty impressive. Just a reminder, on our main page, Calvary taking on Stratford Academy. The winner of that game will be taking on Pacelli, as they're going to have that game at 5 o'clock. So here's a look at the bracket. The Keens Academy taking on Mount DeSales. That's the 1-16. St. Andrews taking on Bethlehem Christian. That's the 8-9 matchup. Tallulah Falls is hosting Fulton Science, the 4-13 matchup. Loganville Christian and Piedmont in the 5-12. Of course, Brookstone taking on FPD. Dominion Christian and Valwood is on after this game. And down at the land, Pacelli, which they were going to take on Lakeview, they have advanced, as that's a forfeit win. At 3 o'clock, Calvary Christian going to take on Stratford, and the winner of that game will take on Pacelli. So we are glad that we are able to feature all 3 volleyball teams from Columbus this Saturday afternoon. We hope that you're enjoying the Georgia-Kentucky game. And if you're live streaming us and watching the game, that's the way to do it. Here we go. Brookstone starting it off with an ace, as Evangeline Gutierrez gives Brookstone the 1-0 lead. Georgia leading Kentucky in the third quarter, 34-7. Gutierrez on to serve. Goes out of bounds. FPD will get the serve and the point. And on to serve for FPD is Addie Bennett. Fega with a bump. Gutierrez. Well, getting it over his Whitehead. Slamming it. Oh, what a block by Waltrip. Keeping it in play. Fega with the tip and the point. And a good balancing effort by Priscilla Fega to make sure not to touch the net. She jumped up and tipped that one over. Love seeing the slam in volleyball. Usually when you get those tall players at the top of the net, you could slam it down before it could even go over. Another point for Brookstone is Brookstone just trying to make quick work here in the first round. They'll get a little bit of a break, but the team that's really going to be at a disadvantage is the two teams playing next, because they're going to have to turn around and play another game. Oh, nice dig. But that's a little miscommunication there. And FPD does get the point. Oh, what a Sophie Bonfim with an ace. It was a nice play. Good serve by the libero. Sluter trying to save it. Got to get it over. Can't get it over. FPD takes their first lead of the game. On to serve. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez sets. Slamming it. And that's going to be on the line. Good job there by Brookstone to get the point. And now Sluter on to serve. Got to get it over and make sure you don't hit it twice. Sluter with the bump. Gutierrez gets it over. Gutierrez with the bump. Sluter. Galligan. It's coming in so fast, it's hard to defend. And Brookstone back on top. Sluter. The back line, getting it over. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez goes out of bounds, and FPD gets the point. Six is your score. Now it's, and I'm not going to say it. It's Brookstone's leading 7-6. I could have easily said 6-7, but nope. I'm not going to do it, but I accidentally just did it. Carson Galligan on to serve. Slamming it is McPherson. It's now 8-6. That is going to be a point for Brookstone. Ace for Galligan. Slamming it. McPherson. McPherson slamming it again. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. Fega. Wow. The power of the slam. Carson Galligan on to serve. And another ace for Carson Galligan. Brookstone now leads 11-6. They took the first set 25-12. McPherson, Fega gets it over. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. McPherson out of bounds. And a point going to FPD. Galligan in that back line. McPherson slamming it. Trying to save it was Riley Hayes. Out of bounds. And Brookstone coming up with a point. Coming up next, we got the number 7 seed Dominion Christian taking on the number 10 seed Valwood. That is going to be another ace for Carson Galligan. And now Meg McPherson back to serve. Good job by McPherson getting it. Fega just didn't have a very good angle. And FPD will get it back. Riley Hayes on to serve. See some fans from Dominion Christian making their way to the gym, all the way from Marietta. I'd like to welcome our audience from Marietta and Valdosta. That's going to be watching us later. Oh, what a point there by FPD. And, of course, we always love our Macon audience, as our Columbus GIAA schools play the Macon GIAA schools often. That's Fernandez, who's checked into the game. Gutierrez, Fega. That's going to be a net interference. FPD gets the point. Riley Hayes continuing to serve for FPD. Galligan with a bump. Gutierrez with a bump. Fega. What a shot by Priscilla Fega. The placement on that one was just perfect. You couldn't put it more perfect. Right at the feet of the FPD player. Could not do anything about that one. Here goes Waltrip. Hayes with a bump. Too high and too far as Sydney Brumblow just couldn't keep it in play. Bonfim. Blocking it is Fega. Point Brookstone. Georgia Alabama Sports Live, like the Facebook page, subscribe to the YouTube channel. This is the first round of the GIAA playoffs. As we're going to go ahead and step aside to take a break. We'll be back after this. Brookstone leading 16-10 in the second set.
I'm always on the go. But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Welcome back here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Round 1 of the GIAA playoffs, the road to Rome, starts today. Trying to save it. You got to get it over. Wow, what a shot. That was from the back line, too. That was a good save by FPD. Trying to avoid the block up front. Whitehead slamming it and getting the point. I was very impressed with FPD. Able on that third hit, they had to hit it over on that back line. A very difficult shot, and they were able to get it. But unfortunately, they could not come up with a point. Gutierrez to serve. Gutierrez on the bump, Sluter on the bump, Whitehead. I'll tell you, Whitehead has really been coming on in this second set. That's her second kill. It is now 18-10. Brookstone would love nothing more than take command of this first round matchup with FPD. Can sit back and still got to focus on this game, but is it definitely when you're playing 2 games in one day? Fega, nice point there. Definitely got to relax and just focus your mind to try to get up for the next team. You don't want to overlook anybody, but this is the playoffs. It's win or go home. And an ace for Gutierrez. Evangeline Gutierrez on to serve. Fega with a slam. Oh. That was nice. Gutierrez. Backspin on it. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. Priscilla Fega, a nice touch on that. And you don't have to slam it every time, but she gives a little change up on it. Brookstone's 3 points away from winning the second set. And that is too far. And on to serve is Addie Bennett. And Bennett's got an ace. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. And that point's going to go to FPD. It's 22-13. Vega with a bump. Gutierrez. Carson Galligan from the back line. And Brookstone with another point. She's had a quiet second set. Has not had to do much. But to slam it from the back line, that is impressive. Well, she came up to the middle part of the court, but still, very impressive. Vega could close it out. Here were the next couple of serves. Brookstone, the number 2 seed, taking on the number 15 seed, FPD. Bump by Kelly. And Whitehead goes out of bounds, and FPD with the point. Hollingsworth is going to, Claire Hargrove now, going to check into the game. And the libero to serve. Sluter, Gutierrez getting it over. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez sets. Carson Galligan slamming it home. As expected, the closer would like to close out this set to go up 2-0, which history in the volleyball in all classifications. I don't know what the percentage is being down 2 sets, but it's definitely got to be in the 90th percentile. Nice there by FPD as they're hanging around a little bit. And much improved from that first set. They lost 25-12. They're trailing 24-15. Lily Rowland on to serve. Gutierrez, McPherson, and Brookstone takes set number 2 to take a 2-0 lead in the first round matchup of the GIAA. We'll be back after this on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live as we get ready for set number 3 coming up.
I'm always
Hula
on
Hand
the
serves
go.
fresh,
But with the Kinetic
handcrafted
Credit
dishes
Union
made
app,
just the way you like
Kinetic
them.
is always with me.
Juicy
The
burgers,
Kinetic
sizzling
mobile app is
steaks,
virtual
crisp
banking
salads,
at its
and
best.
shareable
With the
appetizers
Kinetic
set the
mobile app, I
table
can
for
easily
every
send
appetite.
and receive money.
Relax with
Make a
friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Hula Hands delivers great food, great drinks, and great times. With 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
And welcome back to Brookstone. First round of the GIAA volleyball playoffs. The number 2 seed Brookstone taking on the number 15 seed FPD. As we get ready for set number 3. FPD is going to serve. And that point goes to Brookstone. Gutierrez, Vega, Bonfim gets it over. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez sets. And what a shot there by Virginia Hollinsworth. And Brookstone leading 2-0. And an ace by Gutierrez. So far, so good. A hot start by Brookstone here in this third set. They're set by Hayes. Too far. Got to get to it. Sluter, back line with a bump. Priscilla Fega on the line. What a shot by Priscilla Fega. That corner judge, he saw it. That was close. Could have easily been out, but that was right on the line. Gutierrez serving. And it goes into the net. And on to serve is Caroline Duke. Nice save there by Gutierrez. What a bump by Vega. Hollinsworth. What a shot. Hollinsworth just with the touch gets it over. Yeah, Priscilla Fega. Sets. Carson Galligan. How about that shot? And an ace for Fega. Bump, slams it, and point goes to FPD. Hannah Claire Kelly. By the way, LaGrange Academy is hosting their volleyball tournament for the 2A classification, taking on Gatewood. Holy Spirit Prep and Heritage Prep is the other matchup. As the overall #1 seed, Georgia Christian's got a bye. They're going to take on the winner of Grace Christian and Westminster Christian. As all the classifications, we'll find out today whether or not they're going to punch their ticket to Rome. Nice bump there by McPherson. Galligan slamming it and slamming it down for the point. (10-3) is your score. Sluter on to serve. Gutierrez. McPherson. The bump by Kelly. That was just a miss right there and a point going to Brookstone. Sluter on to serve. Sets. Blocked by McPherson. Brookstone took the first two sets, 25-12 and 25-15. And they are in control so far. 12-3 is your score in the third set. Kelly gets it over. And Kelly gets FPD on the board, and they will serve. And on to serve will be Marley Gardner, the 5'6" sophomore. Actually, Gardner's not going to serve. It's going to be Holland, I believe, as she goes up to the front line. And number 4, Lily Rowland. FPD with another point. 12-5 is your score here in the third set. And Rowland will be on to serve. Galligan with a bump. Gutierrez. Galligan will not be denied. And Virginia Hollingsworth will be on to serve for Brookstone. Oh, nice shot getting it over. McPherson. Hayes with the set. Kelly. Gutierrez. Fega slamming it. It's on the line again and a point for Brookstone. And they now lead 14-5. Nine points away from them advancing to the second round. As I got the bracket right in front of me for both classifications, for 2A and 3A. As I will be in Rome, Georgia next week for the semifinals all day Friday. Carson Galligan with a slam. Starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, there'll be 4 volleyball matches, 10, 11:30, 1, and 2:30. If Brookstone were to make it, they would play at 2:30. And Hollingsworth slams that one into the net, and FPD comes up with a point. If chalk holds up, the Keens Academy would take on Tallulah Falls. It would be Brookstone and Pacelli in the semifinals. But a lot is possible. There could be upsets. That was a tough play by Carson Galligan trying to dig it out of the ground. FPD comes up with a point. Brookstone actually got the upset over the Keens Academy last year. They were the number 3 seed. Keens Academy was the number 2 seed. Carson Galligan gets the point. And Brookstone had that epic final against Pacelli at the Heritage School in the championship last year, which was actually on a Tuesday, so they actually had 6 volleyball matches that day. Well, I remember that was a busy day. That was an ace for Carson Galligan. It's now 17-7. We got ourselves a timeout. We will take 1-2 as you're watching the GIAA first round volleyball matchup live from Brookstone on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk takers. For the optimists, pessimists, exhibitionists. For long distance love. For the farsighted, nearsighted, for introverts and extroverts, for the thinkers and the doers, for old friends. Coca-Cola, for everyone.
And welcome back here to Brookstone. 17-7 is your score. And I do have an update in volleyball playoffs. Loganville Christian leads in 2 sets over Piedmont, as they're on to set 3. And I want to thank the schools for bringing in those updates as a part of the GIAA. And so we'll be trying to get the latest coverage as playoffs are starting all around the state of Georgia. Oh, what a block by McPherson. Sluter trying to go for the dig. Galligan trying to save it. Vegas ends up saving it. Slamming it. Vega sets. Gutierrez sets. Priscilla Vega with a block and the point. That Loganville Christian Piedmont game is over in the Tallulah Falls bracket. The number 5 and the number 12 seed. Carson Galligan. Carson Galligan gets the point. 19-7 is Brookstone trying to make close, quick work of FPD. Now, the next game after this is Valwood Dominion Christian. I got to find out if it schedules a start at 4, but if this game goes quick, does it start early? And we will find that out. As McPherson tips. Vega with a bump. McPherson with a bump. Gutierrez. Priscilla Vega. Point Brookstone. And they are 5 points away from advancing to the second round. Galligan on to serve. Oh, Sluter with a dig. Vega. The backwards bump. Galligan with a bump. Gutierrez. Vega. Nice touch. She had to run to it. McPherson with a bump. Gutierrez. Vega. Slamming it. Priscilla Vega makes it 21-7. And here comes Charlotte Hargrove on to serve. And Hargrove with an ace. It is now 22-7. Hargrove with back-to-back aces. Brookstone's 2 points away. But first, we got a timeout. We'll take one, too. We'll be back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Imagine a life-changing injury. Imagine the fear and unknown. The Houston Clinic Sports Medicine Team, the only physicians in the area with advanced certification in orthopedic sports medicine, treats sports injuries with innovative techniques. The Houston Clinic has helped nearly 1 million athletes live without pain. Imagine getting back in the game. Imagine the best game of your life. The Houston Clinic Sports Medicine Team.
Back at Brookstone, Georgia Alabama Sports Live. It's round 1 of the GIAA Volleyball Tournament. Glad that you are joining us on this Saturday afternoon. We hope that you're enjoying live streaming this game along with college football. It's always good. .6:10 left to go in the fourth. Georgia leading Kentucky 35-7. That's going to be a point for FPD. That was very close. FPD saying not so fast, not ready to go home just yet. But they're going to need some work if they want to try to get back into this game. Caroline Duke on the serve. And an ace for Caroline Duke. FPD out of Macon, Georgia. Part of the many schools in the GIAA that are in Macon. McPherson slams it, and we've got match point coming up. When you talk FPD, Stratford, Mount DeSales, Tatnall, Central Fellowship. McPherson with a bump in the back line. Gutierrez. Oh, what a block. Saving it. Brookstone was able to pull that one from the ground. Parcella Fega. Oh, they're staying alive here. FPD still not giving up. Oh, and Brookstone wins. Brookstone takes the first game of round number 1 to advance to the second round of the GIAA volleyball playoffs as they defeat FPD 25-12, 25-15, and 25-9. And the Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands player of the game is Carson Galligan for her efforts. Really, the 5 kills in that first set, it really set the tone because you're able to get that first set, and you'll be in business. But we're going to go ahead and take however long of a break we need to, because coming up next, we got a special treat for you on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And if you are in the Marietta and Valwood area, make sure that you share this with a friend, because we got Dominion Christian and Valwood coming up as they will take on the winner of Brookstone in round 2. And that is coming up next here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Visions Morning Show for the best in local, regional, and national sports news. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Visions Morning Show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Visions Morning Show, and download the Sports Visions radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia. Sports Visions 92.1. We are your hometown sports guys.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
Are you looking for a powerful new Chevrolet or GMC truck and a great deal? Check them out side by side at Glenn Smith in Opelika. Take your choice of new Chevrolet and GMC 1500 trucks discounted up to $12,000 off. Chevy and GMC heavy-duty trucks discounted up to $7,000 off. People from all over the USA save at Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC in Opelika, Alabama. Get ready to smile.
Whether you're building your business or finding your dream home, G2 Real Estate is with you every step of the way. Commercial or residential, our mission is the same, turning your vision into reality. With experience, insight, and a commitment to your success, we're more than brokers, we're your partners. G2 Real Estate, building futures one property at a time.
For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk takers. For the optimists, pessimists, exhibitionists. For long distance love. For the farsighted, nearsighted. For introverts and extroverts. For the thinkers and the doers. For old friends. Coca-Cola. For everyone.
And welcome back to Brookstone here on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live. If you are just joining us, Brookstone took care of business in round one over First Presbyterian Day. They won in 3 sets, 25-12, 25-15, and 25-9. And now we're less than 10 minutes away from the team that they will face off next in the second round. It's Valwood taking on Dominion Christian, and that is approximately 9 minutes away. We will live stream that game for you, and we will live stream the second round matchup as Brookstone will take on the winner of this game. The bracket is starting to take shape as the Kings Academy was able to defeat Mount DeSales in 3 sets to advance to the second round, where they will await the winner of St. Andrews and Bethlehem Christian. That will be at 4 o'clock. The Kings Academy will play at 6 o'clock later tonight. Tallua Falls is going to be hosting Loganville Christian, and that is going to be at 4 o'clock. And Pacelli is going to face the winner of Calvary Christian and Stratford. That game is being live streamed on Georgia Alabama Sports Live over at Pacelli. Calvary took the first set, 25-10. They're currently leading in the second set over Stratford. And so we will have that for you as the 4 teams in the 4A classification that are the hosts, the Kings Academy, Tallua Falls, Brookstone, and Pacelli. And we have been fortunate enough that all 3 Columbus teams are playing in the area. I know that Calvary had to go on the road last year to the Kings Academy. And we'll try to get score updates as they come. Also have the 2A bracket for Georgia Christian has got a bye. They'll face the winner of Grace Christian and Westminster Christian. Augusta Prep has a bye. They're taking on Covenant Academy. Oak Mountain and St. George, they will await the winner. The Heritage School, the defending 2A champions from last year, taking on Highland Christian. They'll await the winner of Sherwood Christian and St. Mary's. And LaGrange College, taking on Gatewood, will await the winner of Holy Spirit Prep and Heritage Prep. As we'll go ahead and take a quick break, and we come back, we'll have more from Brookstone. It's the GIAA first round playoff matchup on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to Zaxby's for their continued partnership with us for over the last couple years since we started this. Your partnership has meant the world for us to give you premier coverage for all the local sporting events around the Chattahoochee Valley area. And specifically, I want to thank Judson Humphreys, my good friend, and the Phoenix City location, being with us from the very beginning, man.
Absolutely. Well, we just appreciate what y'all do in the community for these student athletes, and we just want to be a part of it.
Whether it's tailgating, parties, or you just want a quick bite to eat, come to the Phoenix City Zaxby's location and tell them Georgia Alabama Sports Live and Thrift sent you. Thank you again to Judson Humphreys and Zaxby's for our continued partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Houlihan's serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Visions Morning Show for the best in local, regional, and national sports news. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Visions Morning Show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Visions Morning Show, and download the Sports Visions radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia. Sports Visions 92.1. We are your hometown sports guys.
Are you looking for a powerful new Chevrolet or GMC truck and a great deal? Check them out side by side at Glenn Smith in Opelika. Take your choice of new Chevrolet and GMC 1500 trucks discounted up to $12,000 off. Chevy and GMC heavy-duty trucks discounted up to $7,000 off. People from all over the USA save at Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC in Opelika, Alabama. Get ready to smile.
And welcome back here to Brookstone. We are just about ready to start this matchup between the number 10 seed Valwood Valiants out of Valdosta and the number 7 seed Dominion Christian out of Marietta. How is everybody doing? Let's play some volleyball, shall we? It's Richard Holdridge. It's on the broadcast. Brookstone took down FPD in the first game. They will be awaiting the winner of this one as they are grabbing some lunch, just chilling, watching this game, and they'll have a quick turnaround. Whoever plays in this game is going to have a quick turnaround. But Brookstone can relax and just watch this game. Dominion Christian comes in with a 21-6 record. Valwood comes in with an 18-10 record. Addie Shell leads Dominion Christian with 3.5 kills per set. For Valwood, Margaret Parks has got 2.9 kills per set, the sophomore. So we are about to get ready. They've added 5 more minutes on the clock. As they're going to, what they do is they're going to warm up by tossing it in the net. That's what they do. All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket. It's starting to fill out. The Keens Academy was able to defeat Mount DeSales. That's the 1-16 matchup. St. Andrews and Bethlehem Christian, the 8-9 matchup, should be underway in about 10 minutes. Tallulah Falls able to advance, where they will await Loganville Christian, the number 5 seed. So you got the number 4 seed Tallulah Falls taking on the number 5 seed Loganville Christian. That will be at 4 o'clock. Pacelli going to await the winner of Calvary Stratford. Calvary up 2 sets, and they are currently leading in the 3rd set. So it's looking like we're going to have that matchup we all wanted to see, Calvary and Pacelli. Right now, Calvary and Stratford are tied at 10 in that 3rd set. So we'll keep you posted. Stick around for a little bit. We'll have this volleyball match for you in just a bit. That was a nice slam by Addie Shell. That's the one player to watch out for if you're Dominion Christian. Now let's take a look at the 2A bracket. Heritage, the defending 2A champions, was able to get by Highland Christian earlier this afternoon. The LaGrange Academy defeated Gatewood in 3 sets. They will take on the winner of Holy Spirit Prep and Heritage Prep. Heritage School will await the winner of Sherwood Christian and St. Mary's. Don't forget, the Final Four is this Friday. 4 volleyball matches at Shorter University, starting with the 2A classification, 10 o'clock in the morning. Georgia Christian is facing the winner of Grace Christian and Westminster Christian, which is going on right now. And then Augusta Prep is going to be taking on the winner of Oak Mountain and St. George. There hasn't really been any upsets. There's no upsets at all that I have seen. As we look at the bracket, trying to get the most updated bracket. And we've only had 2 updates in the 2A classification. We'll continue looking at that. Still going to warm up for 2 more minutes. And we'd like to welcome the crowd that made the trip here from Valdosta and Marietta. As Valwood just north of Valdosta, and Dominion Christian over there in West Marietta. Now, for somebody that's been familiar with Marietta and, the Powder Springs area, mainly Cobb County. Marietta is spread out. So Dominion Christian is over past Kennesaw Mountain. It's over on Burnt Hickory, like you're going towards Austell. Basically, you go up to the metro Atlanta area, get off Barrett Parkway, and just make a left and just keep driving. And I mean driving for the next 30 minutes, and that's where the part of Marietta that Dominion Christian is at. And some of the Brookstone players, including Coach Halverson, is here in attendance just to watch this game. And you get to scout your team ahead of time. You get to observe this game, and we're hoping, like, if some of the players are not here in attendance, they went off somewhere, that they're live streaming us so they could see this game. And that's why we're excited that we're able to feature two teams that are outside of our coverage area, but every now and then we get an opportunity to live stream teams outside of the Chattahoochee Valley. We're able to do that during Border Wars when we live stream Deerfield Windsor and then Terrell Academy. Very familiar with Valwood as a program. They mainly are in the 3A classification, especially for football. All right, so Valwood's going to get 5 minutes to go ahead and slam it over. All right, and while they're doing that, we'll go ahead and step aside. We'll try to get an update on that Calvary game, as it's looking like Calvary's going to advance to face Pacelli. And then we'll try to update the bracket as much as possible. We'll be back. It's the GIAA first round live at Brookstone. It's Valwood. It's Dominion Christian coming up. And we'll be right back.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to Zaxby's for their continued partnership with us for over the last couple years since we started this. Your partnership has meant the world for us to give you premier coverage for all the local sporting events around the Chattahoochee Valley area. And specifically, I want to thank Judson Humphreys, my good friend, and the Phoenix City location, being with us from the very beginning, man.
Absolutely. Well, we just appreciate what y'all do in the community for these student athletes, and we just want to be a part of it.
Whether it's tailgating, parties, or you just want a quick bite to eat, come to the Phoenix City Zaxby's location and tell them Georgia Alabama Sports Live and Thrift sent you. Thank you again to Judson Humphreys and Zaxby's for our continued partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Visions Morning Show for the best in local, regional, and national sports news. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Visions Morning Show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Visions Morning Show, and download the Sports Visions radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia. Sports Visions 92.1. We are your hometown sports guys.
Are you looking for a powerful new Chevrolet or GMC truck and a great deal? Check them out side by side at Glenn Smith in Opelika. Take your choice of new Chevrolet and GMC 1500 trucks discounted up to $12,000 off. Chevy and GMC heavy duty trucks discounted up to $7,000 off. People from all over the USA save at Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC in Opelika, Alabama. Get ready to smile.
And welcome back to Brookstone, where we've got game number 2 of the first round of the GIAA Volleyball Playoffs. In the Brookstone bracket, we've got the number 10 seed Valwood taking on the number 7 seed Dominion Christian. Now, Valwood is familiar with being in the Brookstone bracket. Last year, they defeated Bethlehem Christian in the first round, fell to Brookstone in the second round, as they posted a 15-8 record last year. But Valwood's going to have to rely heavily on their middle blocker, Margaret Parks, who is averaging 2.9 kills per set. Also, Sarah Daughtry is another key player that had 2.3 kills per set last year. She's got 1.6 this year. Dominion Christian comes in with a 21-6 record. Valwood comes in with an 18-10 record. And Dominion Christian is going to serve, and we are underway. Winner plays Brookstone. That's too far. Dominion Christian with the point. On to serve is Caitlin Watson, and she's got the ace. Dominion Christian was in the Kings Academy bracket last year. They actually ended up defeating Calvary Christian in the first round of the playoffs up in the Kings Academy bracket. They now lead 3-0. Got to save it. Valwood does. What a job. The set by Watson. Putting it in. 3-0 Dominion. The Battle of Marietta versus the Battle of Valdosta. Good bump there by Watson. Slamming it. Oh, what a dig. There by the libero, Rachel Caldwell. But Valwood does get the point. And on to serve will be Abby O'Neill. He got that one over. Hit the top of the net. Watson with a bump. Trying to slam it was Addie Shell, and Valwood ends up getting the point. Nice bump by Massengale. Set by O'Neill. Slamming it over is Presley Allen. Massengale. Set by O'Neill. Good slam by Hattie Montgomery. Valwood. 3 straight points. They now trail 4-3. Abby O'Neill going to continue serving. And Dominion lets it go. Addie Shell on to serve. She is leading the team with 3.5 kills per set. Oh, and that was good play there by Presley Allen. So far, we have not had an upset yet in the brackets. This would be sort of an upset if Valwood's able to advance to the second round like they did last year, taking on the number 7 Dominion Christian. It's a 7-10 matchup as Dominion gets the point. And Alexia Vekrin on to serve. Nice play there by Valwood. And it's now 6-5. And now the libero for Valwood, Elizabeth Edenfield. Oh, what a dig there by McLeod. Legal hit. Valwood's point. It's 6-6. Edenfield on to serve. And Edenfield with an ace. With the bump. Watson. Slamming it down is Scarlett Massengale. And Dominion Christian has just tied it up. And yes, I came with the over-the-top play-by-play like Joe Tessitore. I was actually watching the Georgia-Kentucky game on the way here. Georgia does beat Kentucky 35-14. But I love Joe Tessitore in the over-the-top play-by-play announcing. Watson. Nice bump there. The bump by the libero, Edenfield. Slamming it on the back line, Addie Shell. Got to save it. Out of bounds. Point going to Valwood. 8-7 is your lead. And a point going to Dominion. It is 8-8. We got a back and forth game going on so far between the number 10 seed Valwood and the number 7 seed Dominion Christian. Ooh, slamming it was Margaret Parks. Parks with a slam. Oh, what a dig. That was Maddie Rocha. Rocha with a bump. Watson with a bump. And Valwood ends up getting the point. Valwood trying to make it back to the second round of the playoffs where they fell to Brookstone here on this court last year. Dominion Christian also made it to the second round of the playoffs last year where they fell to the Kings Academy. He gets it over Ashley Cook. Point, Dominion. Dominion. And make them say, it's -9. The libero, Rachel Caldwell. Nice block. Getting it over, Hattie Montgomery. Watson. Vrexen, nice bump there by Addie Shell. Watson, Shell, slamming it. Nice bump for the back line. Oh, what a rally. And a point goes to Dominion. You're starting to see two evenly matched teams facing off against each other. We got a timeout. Dominion Christian leads Valwood in the first set, 10-9. Don't go anywhere. It's the first round of the GIAA volleyball playoffs here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Whether you're building your business or finding your dream home, G2 Real Estate is with you every step of the way. Commercial or residential, our mission is the same, turning your vision into reality. With experience, insight, and a commitment to your success, we're more than brokers, we're your partners. G2 Real Estate, building futures one property at a time.
Welcome back. We got a score update. Calvary beats Stratford Academy in 3 sets, and they will play Pacelli in the second round. As you can catch that game on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Tallulah Falls is going to be taking on Loganville Christian Academy. The Keens Academy awaiting the winner of St. Andrews and Bethlehem Christian. And that's going to be a point for Valwood as Rachel Caldwell, the libero, serves it out of bounds, and it is 10-10. On to serve for Valwood is Kerrigan Collins. with a bump. Oh, that's just playing off the net. Dominion gets the point. I just got a feeling this is going to be one of those sets where it could go past 25. Remember, you got to win to 25, you got to win by 2. You could end up seeing like a 29-27 score, maybe a 33-31 score. But neither team has really gotten a large lead. Nice block. And that works for Dominion. They're now up by 2. This could be the largest lead of the match. We like to welcome the audience that made their trip down from Marietta and those that drove up from Valdosta. I know it's about 3.5 hours. We're glad that you're able to make it safely. I mean, Marietta is just there in Atlanta. Just get on 75. There's no traffic on a Saturday morning. You just get down, and it's about less than 2 hours away. 13-10, Dominion Christian on top. Nice bumps there by Presley Allen. Set, getting it over. Massengale. Oh, that's on the line. Valwood getting the point. And on to serve, Abby O'Neill. What a shot there. You got to get it over. And that is going to be another point for Valwood. As Addie Shell caught it because it was, you had to get it over on the third try, and that was just going to be an impossible shot. And an ace. Oh, that hit the net. Oh, I thought that was an ace. That actually hit the net. Oh, and a slam. Presley Allen. Valdosta has tied the match 13-all. Valwood out of Valdosta. Got to get it. Got to hit it over. What a shot. What a dig by Margaret Parks. But Dominion Christian comes up with the point. And Addie Shell going to be on to serve. Nice block. Gets it over. Slamming it. But that goes out of bounds. 2-point lead for Dominion Christian. Addie Shell just coming in with a line drive. That's out of bounds. Just keeping an eye on those corner judges. If the flag goes up, it's out of bounds. If he points the flag towards the ground, that means it's in. Tough play by Valwood, and Dominion Christian has got their largest lead of the match. And it's been Addie Shell who's been doing most of the damage here for Dominion. The winner will take on Brookstone in the second round, with the right to go to the semifinals, which will be played at Shorter University next Friday. And on to serve is Mary Blake McLeod. Nice dig by the libero. And Valwood is not giving up in this game. They were down by 4. They're now down by 2. Mary Blake McLeod on with the serve. Oh, what a slam by Margaret Parks, who leads Valwood with 2.9 kills per set. And Valwood trails by 1. McLeod on to serve into the net. And you got to think, with these two teams, because they're evenly matched, usually the 7 and 10 seeds, it's a back and forth game. But the big question, because you got to turn around and play another game, the winner of this game. Oh, what a slam by Margaret Parks again. Who else? And it is now 18-17. So you got to turn around and play Brookstone after this game. You'll probably have an hour break, just depending on how long this game is. 30 minutes to an hour, because you got to have time to warm up. But that could be a huge disadvantage, especially if this game goes on like it's been going on. Just back and forth. Just a grueling marathon. Oh, Margaret Parks. That's the third kill she's had here in the first set. And on to serve is Presley Allen, listed as a middle blocker, 5'7" senior. And that goes out of bounds to Dominion. And on to serve will be number 9, Maddie Corbin. Corbin with a bump. Bump by Watson. Slamming it. It's in. That ball is in. Addie Shell gives Dominion Christian a 3-point lead. Parks. Good dig by Rocha. Trying to save that one. Here comes Parks again. Parks with a slam. Margaret Parks will not be denied, as she takes it to the house. Nope. We've already used that one twice this week. Margaret Parks on to serve. Bump by Shell, getting it over. Nice dig there by the libero. O'Neal sets. What a block there by Ashley Cook. Dominion coming up with a point, and it's 22-19. The libero, Rachel Caldwell, on to serve. Bump by Allen. Caldwell with a dig. Slamming it. Oh, she Addie Shell. Oh, and a point to Valwood. As Maddie Rocha was trying to dive for the dig. And it's 22-20. And Kerrigan Collins on to serve for Valwood. How about that shot? Hattie Montgomery gets it over for the point. It's deflected off Dominion. It's 22-21. Collins. Point Valwood. We're all tied up at 22. Timeout on the floor. We got a good one here in the first set. Valwood and Dominion Christian all knotted up at 22. Back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Visions Morning Show for the best in local, regional, and national sports news. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Visions Morning Show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Visions Morning Show, and download the Sports Visions radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia. Sports Visions 92.1. We are your hometown sports guys.
Welcome back. Valwood on the serve. Dominion with a point as that hit the rafter and then ricocheted off the rafter with a straight shot right to the floor. There was no way anybody could even try to volley that one. So that sometimes the rules work in your favor. You can play it off the rafters, but sometimes it'll hit the rafters so hard where it hits back. Slamming it. Libero, Shear, trying to save it, O'Neal. What a block! Scarlett Massengale and Dominion Christian has got set point coming up. But first, we got ourselves a timeout. We'll go ahead and keep it here. Just to update the bracket, the Keens Academy, the number 1 seed, advances earlier today. They'll take on the winner of St. Andrews Bethlehem Christian. Tallulah Falls and Loganville Christian, the 4 and 5 seed, is going to play. They're actually playing right now. Brookstone awaiting the winner of this game, Dominion Christian and Valwood. Pacelli taking on Calvary at 5 o'clock in about 30 minutes, unless they've already started that volleyball match. We'll try to get an update as Thrift Behringer on the call over there. Awaiting the winner. Trying to get back to the semifinals, this time at Shorter University in Rome, Georgia on October the 10th. And on to serve is Caitlin Watson. Set point. The bump by Caldwell. Getting it over is Veteran. And the block, nice dig. Got to play it. They do. Saving it in bounds. And the slam by number 4, Sarah Daughtry. And Valwood is hanging in there in this first set. Abby O'Neal on to serve. The bump. Bump by Caldwell. Slamming it. It hits the net. Addie Shell. Again, trying to dig it. Shell, what a save. And Valwood gets the point off net interference. We're at least going to go to 26. Abby O'Neal. Valwood, the number 10 seed, taking on Dominion, the number 7 seed. With a bump, O'Neal. Valwood wins the point. And they got set point coming up. It is 25-24. Abby O'Neill with the ace, and Valwood takes set one. What a comeback by the Valiants from Valwood out of Valdosta. They take set one. We get ready for set number two here in the first round of the Giaa Volleyball Playoffs, live from Brookstone on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to Zaxby's for their continued partnership with us for over the last couple of years since we started this. Your partnership has meant the world for us to give you premier coverage for all the local sporting events around the Chattahoochee Valley area. And specifically, I want to thank Judson Humphreys, my good friend, and the Phoenix City location, being with us from the very beginning, man.
Absolutely. Well, we just appreciate what y'all do in the community for these student athletes, and we just want to be a part of it.
Whether it's tailgating, parties, or you just want a quick bite to eat, come to the Phoenix City Zaxby's location and tell them Georgia Alabama Sports Live and Thrift sent you. Thank you again to Judson Humphreys and Zaxby's for our continued partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
And welcome back to Brookstone, as this is the Giaa first round volleyball playoff matchup. Brookstone, the number 2 seed, defeated the number 15 seed First Presbyterian Day in the first match. And now we got the number 10 seed Valwood leading 1-0 over the 7 seed Dominion Christian as we get ready for set number 2. And that was a back and forth set. Valwood was able to come back and get the 26-24 win. Don't forget that the winner of this match will face Brookstone in the second round. On to serve for Valwood is Abby O'Neill. And the ace for O'Neill. The bump by Rocha. Michelle. O'Neal sets. Getting it over was Parks. Slamming it. Bump by Watson. Shear. Oh, Parks. Good volley. Whistle. Dominion getting the point. And the ace for Caitlin Watson. Yep, the scoreboard does say 2-1. They have Dominion listed as the home team, but the scoreboard here at Brookstone does say Cougars. Nice tip. Sets. Watson. Way to play it. Caldwell gets it over. Good block. Valwood coming up with a point. Taking the spin, playing it off the rafters. Parks with a bump. Parks slamming it down. On to serve, Mary, Blake, McLeod, the sophomore. Valwood coming up with a point. So far, we have had the lower seeds all win, like the higher seeds. The higher seeds have all won so far. If Valwood's able to hold off Dominion Christian, this would be the biggest upset of the tournament. Although there's a block there by Addie Shell, and Dominion saying upset, we're not done yet. The Dominion Christian, they're the number 7 seed. They're expected to win. But usually the 8-9 matchup, the 7-10 matchup, it's usually not considered an upset. Dominion Christian just tied this game. But also, if this game continues like it is, just back and forth, if they play 5 sets, because it seems like these two teams are evenly matched, it could be a huge advantage for Brookstone that's waiting. You could possibly think fatigue is a factor, but, you know, these teams are used to this. They play tri-matches all the time in the regular season. Margaret Parks with a slam. You know, and she is only a sophomore. Now the libero, Elizabeth Edenfield, will be on to serve. Set by Watson. And how about that shot by Addie Shell to make it 6-5. Dominion Christian trying to even this series. And it goes out of bounds. Georgia, Alabama Sports Live, like the Facebook page, subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you're watching us and you see the scoreboard, these two teams are not part of the 15 schools we cover. I wanted to throw that out there. But this is the playoffs. Brookstone is hosting. So we figured we'd keep the stream going because Brookstone's going to face the winner. Shear out of bounds. Valwood coming up with a point. Presley Allen on to serve. Allen with a bump. O'Neal sets it. Nice dig by Shell. O'Neal. Parks. Valwood with the point. And on to serve is Presley Allen. But first, I thought they were going to call a timeout. Parks out of bounds. On to serve is Maddie Rocha. Or Rocha. What? I'm sure somebody in the comments will correct me. Here's Parks. Out of bounds. Dominion has tied it up at 8 here in the second set. I want to thank the Brookstone Athletic Director, Jamie Williams, for allowing us to live stream these playoff matches. As myself and Thrift Behringer calling volleyball matches today, we will be calling the state championships next week at Shorter University. Oh, they're giving the point to Valwood. Wow. They get a little 2-point swing. They're going to have to take points off the scoreboard. For the time being, it's 8-8, but it should be 9-7. And there we go. We're changing the score. Changing the scoreboard. It's now 9-7. With a bump. Getting over Rocha. The libero. Slamming it down is Hattie Montgomery. But that's going to be net interference on Valwood. And it's now 9-8. Dominion Christian is going to have the serve. And I'm proud to say next Friday I will be at Shorter University all day for the semifinals on GIAA.tv. Thrift Behringer will be there for the championships on Saturday. As Valwood now leads 10-8. And on to serve is Kerrigan Collins for the Valiants out of Valwood. And Collins with the ace. Don't forget, Brookstone faces the winner. They're set to go at 6 o'clock, just depending on when this game ends. The bump by Allen. What a block by Nora Lytle. And it's now 11-9. Caldwell on to serve for Dominion. Nice dig. Again, saving these possessions. Dominion getting the point. Caldwell on to serve. Shear out of bounds. Shell out of bounds. O'Neal on to serve for Valwood. Up by 2. They already lead 1-0 in this match, taking the first set 26-24. Shell out of bounds, and Dominion Christian comes up with the point. Tallulah Falls taking on Loganville Christian Academy right now, trying to get a score update on that one. St. Andrews and Bethlehem Christian facing off against each other right now, the 8-9 seed. Point Dominion, net interference. It's 12-12. Watson to serve. Dominion coming up with a point. That goes out of bounds. Dominion coming up with a point again. O'Neal sets and trying to dig it up and cannot as Hattie Montgomery gets the point for Valwood. And on to serve is Mary Blake McLeod for the Valiants. Watson. Another point, and guess what? We're tied again. Nice block. Timeout. Valwood leads Dominion Christian 15-14. Back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We got ourselves a pretty close contested volleyball match between the number 10 seed Valwood, the number 7 seed Dominion Christian. The Battle of Valdosta versus Marietta. And if you're from those two cities, we welcome you to our audience. Whether you're in the gymnasium here in Columbus or you're watching us online. There's Parks. Nice dig there by Shell. Shell with a slam. O'Neal. Parks, what a block. Blocked by Scarlett Massengale, and Dominion has tied it up at 15. Addie Shell, who leads the team with 3.5 kills per set, on to serve. Parks. Shell with a bump. Watson sets. The libero getting it in Edenfield. Dominion coming up with a point. Would you expect anything else? Just a back and forth game. Shell. Oh, and a slam by Presley Allen, and we are tied at 16. Watson. Slamming it. O'Neal. Allen, what a save. That was a good dig. The block. Got to get it. Valwood coming up with a point. As even as this match is, if Valwood goes up 2 sets, it's hard to tell what the outcome is going to be, but you play the percentages. This is why this is a crucial set for Dominion Christian to win. And Dominion Christian does get the point. And on to serve for Dominion Christian is Alexa Vrekren. And Vrekren, oh, what a save. Wow. But Dominion does get the point. I didn't think Valwood had a chance to get that one. And Vrekren's going to be on to serve. Valwood coming up with a point. Vrekren was trying to go for the dig. It's all tied at 18. That was just a hard play to try to play it off the net. The block, Dominion coming up with a point. Pacelli and Calvary are about to be underway on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Parks with a slam, and Valwood has tied it. Man, we have had, I can't think of a more evenly matched volleyball match than what I'm witnessing today between a school from Marietta and a school from Valdosta. Shell. What a shot there by Addie Shell to get the top of the net and able to get the point. Dominion Christian knows how important it is to win this set. You don't want to be down 0-2. O'Neal. Getting it over as Montgomery. Shell with a bump. That's in. That is in, and Valwood ties it up at 20. A good job by Hattie Montgomery. And on to serve is Kerrigan Collins. And Collins with the ace. And that hits the net. On to serve the libero, Rachel Caldwell. Trying to dig it, and that's going to be a point for Dominion. We got ourselves a timeout. We'll take one, too, as you're watching the first round of the GIAA Volleyball Playoffs live from Brookstone on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
And we are back. Dominion Christian leads Valwood in the second set, 22-21. Valwood took the first set, 26-24. That's how evenly matched this volleyball contest is between the number 7 seed and the number 10 seed. And that's going to be out of bounds. Dominion Christian with the point. With an ace. Rachel Caldwell, and now it is set point as Dominion Christian 1 point away from tying it up. Caldwell with a bump. O'Neal with a bump. And getting it in is Montgomery, slamming it out of bounds. 24-22. O'Neal on to serve. Can Valwood make a comeback here in this second set to go up 2-0? O'Neal got to hit it over. They do. A nice dig there by Parks. Played it off the rafters. Got to get it over. And they do. And Dominion Christian wins the second set. 25-22. We're all tied at 1 apiece. We'll be back with set number 3 on Georgia, Alabama Sports Live.
Are you looking for a powerful new Chevrolet or GMC truck and a great deal? Check them out side by side at Glenn Smith in Opelika. Take your choice of new Chevrolet and GMC 1500 trucks discounted up to $12,000 off. Chevy and GMC heavy-duty trucks discounted up to $7,000 off. People from all over the USA save at Glenn Smith Chevrolet GMC in Opelika, Alabama. Get ready to smile.
And welcome back here to Brookstone, where it is tied 1-1. Valwood took the first set 26-24. Dominion Christian took the second set 25-22. And Dominion Christian is going to serve. Remember, if they go to a fifth set, they play to 15. Caitlin Watson on to serve. That's on the line. Valwood gets the point. And now Abby O'Neill is going to serve. Massagill with the bump. Watson. O'Neill sets. Slamming it down is number 16, Piper Martin. It's 2-0. Valwood with an 18-10 record, facing Dominion Christian, 21-6 on the season. Watson. Shell getting the point. And Addie Shell on to serve for Dominion. Dominion Christian out of Marietta, Georgia. As Shell with the ace, and we are tied. The bracket starting to take shape. Pacelli facing Calvary. Tallulah Falls taking on Loganville Christian. The Keens Academy will await the winner of St. Andrews Bethlehem Christian. So we'll try to get a score update on that one. Dominion Christian gets the point. It's 3-2. Shell with the serve. And that goes into the stands. Dominion coming out with 4 straight points, leading at 4-2 in set number 3. Oh, and a slam. And a point. What a slam for Alexia Vekrin. And Dominion now with 5 straight points. Trying to set. And that's going to be a point for Dominion. That was Maddie Corbin. Probably would have been out if Valwood didn't play it. As they are underway down at Pacelli. Calvary and Pacelli playing in the first set. That one is early. It's a 2-2 score. And that's out of bounds. And Dominion gets the point. Dominion up 7-2. And you can hear it from the fans. Off to a great start. But we got ourselves a timeout. We'll take one too. It's the first round of the GIAA Volleyball Playoffs on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Whether you're building your business or finding your dream home, G2 Real Estate is with you every step of the way. Commercial or residential, our mission is the same, turning your vision into reality. With experience, insight, and a commitment to your success, we're more than brokers, we're your partners. G2 Real Estate, building futures one property at a time.
Seven to 2 is your score in the third set. Pacelli leads Calvary 6-3 early in that first set. Brookstone awaits the winner as Valwood ends up getting the point. Good job there by Presley Allen. And is now 7-3. It seemed like Valwood was in control in that second set. They were trying to go up 2-0, but Dominion had other concerns. They wanted to try to do whatever it takes to tie up this game. Mary Blake McLeod on to serve. There's Watson. And a point going to Valwood. McLeod doesn't want to waste any time. She wants to get back up there and serve. The bump by Caldwell. Watson with the bump. Slamming it, trying to save it. Can't. Play there by Scarlett Massengale, and it's now 8-4. Dominion with the point. Alexa Vekrin on to serve. Parks! Oh, what a slam. What a block. And Valwood gets the point, playing that off the net. They're going to call net interference. The libero, Edenfield. Over as Massengale. Parks slamming it. Good job controlling it by Addie Shell. Shell trying to volley it. Slam, going out of bounds, and Valwood gets the point. And Edenfield is going to serve. Massengale. Parks. Parks gives Valwood the point with a kill on that one. It's 9-7. And now Edenfield continuing to serve for Valwood. And Edenfield with the ace. And Valwood now trails by 1. Got to get it over. Massengale. Oh, what a dig. There by Corbin. And a dig by Caldwell. O'Neal. Parks. Trying to save it. Shell with the kill. How about that shot by Addie Shell? It's 10-8. Maddie Rocha on to serve. And Maddie Rocha gets an ace. Dominion leads 11-8 over Valwood. Parks gets it over. Parks gives Valwood the point. By the way, exactly less than a week away, we will be at Shorter University for the semifinals. It will be on GIAA.tv. Myself and Thrip Berger will be there. Not on Georgia Alabama Sports Live, but on GIAA.tv. It's 11-10. Slamming it. Good save by O'Neal. Parks. Back line, Shell. Shell from the back line. Slamming it. Parks. Out of bounds. Minute. And on to serve is Maddie Corbin. O'Neal with a bump. Getting it over. Shell. Watson. Shell. Slamming it down. And Dominion leads 13-10. We got an upset alert in college football. UCLA looks like they could upset Penn State. They're up big. How about Florida in the swamp, leading Texas? Vanderbilt and Alabama tied at 7. O'Neal sets. Parks slamming it down. Giving Valwood the point, and they trail by 2. And Margaret Parks, who leads Valwood with 2.9 kills per set, on to serve. With the bump. Trying to get it over. Another bump. Good rally. Watson. Shell. Over to that back line. O'Neal. Montgomery. Shell. Montgomery saves it. Gets it over at Studstill. Nice dig by Edenfield. Oh, what a rally. What a dig there by Shell. Out of bounds, and Dominion gets the point. Even though Corbin was trying to go for it, the point still belongs to Dominion Christian. Yeah, she's letting the official know, I didn't touch it. Caldwell, ace, 15-11. Brookstone awaits the winner. They have been patiently waiting after taking the first game to FPD in 3 sets. And an ace for Caldwell, the libero. It's 16-11. Valwood took the first set 26-24. Dominion Christian came back and took the second set 25-22. It is now 16-12. And on to serve for Valwood will be Kerrigan Collins. Nice block. Valwood gets the point. Valwood's not going anywhere, folks. They're going to try to fight back and try to win this set because they know how important it is to go up 2-1. both teams know how crucial the third set is. The set, getting it over. Set by O'Neal. And that's too high and too far for Presley Allen. It is now 17-13, despite what the scoreboard says. There we go. Must have fat fingered it, because when they pressed down on the scoreboard, it jumped to 2 places. There's the bump. How about Montgomery? Back line, Corbin. Point, Valwood. Valwood, the number 10 seed, 18-10 on the season. Dominion Christian, the number 7 seed, 21-6 on the season. Winner takes on Brookstone. O'Neal with the serve, and O'Neal with the ace. Abby O'Neal on to serve. O'Neal with back-to-back aces. What do we got? Do we got a ref conversation? Major League Baseball divisional playoffs. Blue Jays leading the Yankees 2-0. And by the way, as I'm getting distracted, O'Neal just got her 3rd straight ace to tie it up at 17. Updates from around the world of sports on this Saturday afternoon. Hope that you are watching us and, watching your sport of choice. As this is incredible what we're seeing. Abby O'Neal, her 4th straight ace, and Valwood takes the 1-point lead. Timeout on the floor. We'll be back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And welcome back. Valwood just got the point. They now lead 19-17 over Dominion. That was Abby O'Neal's 5th straight point. And she hits it out of bounds. And so Dominion Christian gets the ball, trailing by 1. Shell on to serve. Shell with a bump. Watson. Slamming it as veteran. Getting it over. Shell, back line. Watson. Corbin. Slamming it. That's on the line. What a shot by Presley Allen. It's 20-18 Valwood. Valwood has come all the way back due to Abby O'Neill's 5 straight serves. Bump by Edenfield. O'Neill with a bump. Parks slamming it out of bounds. This is just too high. It's 20-19. And on to serve is Alexa Vekrin. O'Neill sets. Slamming it down is Piper Martin, and it's 21-19. And now the libero, Elizabeth Edenfield, the senior, with the serve. Nice dig by O'Neill. Staying with it was the libero. That was Caldwell. Getting in Massengale. The bump. Nice dig by Caldwell, but it's not going to matter. Valwood gets the point. It's the placement just wasn't where Dominion was. Don't forget, Brookstone will face the winner. It's expected to be a 6 o'clock start, but they might have to start a little bit later, just depending on the conclusion of this game. Oh, that's going to be a point for Dominion. And Maddie Rocha is going to be on to serve. How about Parks? What a slam. Corbin gets it. Edenfield with a bump. O'Neill sets. Parks slamming it down with authority, and Valwood takes a 3-point lead. Presley Allen on to serve. Caldwell with a bump. Corbin, too far. And it's now set point coming up for the Valiants from Valwood. Timeout, we'll take one too. Valwood leading in the third set, 24-20. Back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Vision's morning show for the best in local, regional, and national sports news. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Vision's morning show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Vision's morning show, and download the Sports Vision's radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia.
Welcome back. Valwood on the serve at set point. Parks trying to get it over. Good dig by McLeod. Slamming it out of bounds. That's going to be a tip by Dominion, and Valwood gets the point to take set number 3 to go up 2-1. We've got set number 4 coming up next. Live from Brookstone is the Giaa first round volleyball playoffs on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Hello, everybody. This is DJ Jones with the Sports Vision's morning show for the best in local, regional, and national sports news. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
You can find the Sports Vision's morning show on Facebook, YouTube. Also, you can listen to us on Apple and Spotify by typing in the Sports Vision's morning show, and download the Sports Vision's radio app right now in your app store today.
We are the only live and local sports talk show in East Alabama, West Central Georgia. Sports Visions 92.1. We are your hometown sports guys.
Yeah, welcome back to Brookstone. We get ready for set number 4. Valwood leads 2-1. We got the bracket being updated as St. Andrews, and they advance to the second round over Bethlehem Christian. They'll take on the Keens Academy. That's coming up at 6 o'clock. Tallua Falls defeated Loganville Christian to advance to the semifinals. So congratulations to Tallua Falls as they are the first team to punch their ticket to Rome. Brookstone awaits the winner of this game. Pacelli taking on Calvary down at the Land. Trying to get a score update on that. As Pacelli, they trail 8-1 in the second set. They won the first set over Calvary. And Valwood's going to serve. The libero. That's Elizabeth Infield. Dominion Christian gets the point, and it is 1-0. And Dominion with the ace. Caitlin Watson. If Dominion Christian is able to win set number 4, we will go to a 5th and decisive set. We'll play to 15. O'Neal getting it. The bump by Caldwell. Bump by Edenfield. Nice block. Nice dig by Shell. Watson. Valwood gets the point. O'Neal on to serve. Remember in that third set, she rattled off 5 straight points. Slamming it, and that's going to be a point for Dominion. Shell with the serve. Out of bounds. Dominion up 4-1. And slams it into the net. It is now 5-1. And that's going to the net again. Dominion up 6-1. They're coming out hard, charging in set 4, facing elimination with their backs against the wall. And Shelled, leader with kills per set, continuing to serve and getting big serves. But Valwood ends up getting the point. I tell you, if you're a Brookstone fan and you missed the first game against FPD, still plenty of time to come on out here this evening to cheer on the Brookstone Cougars, awaiting the winner of this game. And this game has definitely gone on for a while now, and Brookstone is chomping at the bit. They want to get out there and play. They've had quite a break here. And the ace. And I believe that score is 8-2, but for the time being, it just says 7-2. I think the ref is talking to the score table. Let's see here. Are you sure about that score? O'Neal sets. Parks slamming it down. And yes, it is 8-2. Now 8-3. Calvary leading 10-3 in the second set against Pacelli. Now 14-7. It's funny how that just skips. And Valwood coming up with the point. And that's going to be out of bounds. Actually, they're giving the point to Valwood. It's 8-5. Might have been deflected. That's why Valwood got the point. On to serve, Piper Martin. Watson with a bump. Getting it over, hitting the net. That's going to be net interference all day and twice on Sundays. It's 8-6 as Valwood making their comeback. They lead 2-1 over the number 7 seed Dominion Christian. Getting it over. O'Neal. How about Parks? The bump by Corbin. Slamming it is Nora Lytle, and it's 9-6. And on to serve is Maddie Rocha. It serves it into the net. Coming up next, Brookstone going to take on the winner of this game. Gonna have probably approximately 30 minutes from the conclusion of this game. Scheduled to start at 6. Might start a little bit after 6. Here's Parks. What a block with the bump. How about Shell? Coming up, Parks. Shell keeping it alive. The dig by Rocha. Shell gets it over. What a play there by Shell. O'Neal. What a block. Nora Lytle with the block. Oh, it's sacrificing the body of Shell to get that one over. But Valwood ends up getting the point, and they trail by 1. With the bump. Get it over. Edenfield. O'Neal gets it over. Nice dig by Rocha. Parks. Rocha with the dig. What's the call? Point Valwood. We're tied once again. It's 9-9. Here comes Presley Allen on to serve. And Dominion gets a very well-needed point because Valwood was going on a little bit of a hot streak. Maddie Corbin is on to serve for Dominion. The set, the spike, and the point. And Valwood has tied it up at 10. Margaret Parks on to serve. Trying to hit it in the net. Valwood gets the point. The bump. Get it over off the deflection. Noah Lytle. Montgomery slamming it. Valwood takes a 2-point lead. Timeout, and the Valwood Valiants coming all the way back, leading Dominion Christian 12-10 in the 4th set. We'll be back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back here to Brookstone. We're in the 4th set between Valwood and Dominion Christian. Valwood with a 2-point lead. It's 12-10. Shell slamming it. Addie Shell makes it 12-11. And congratulations to Tallulah Falls for being the first team to punch their ticket to the Final Four. As Dominion ties it up at 12. Tallulah Falls, you remember we had them on the broadcast last year. They lost to Pacelli in the 2nd round. The eventual champions, Pacelli, which they're currently leading against Calvary over there on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. And Dominion gets the point. They now lead 13-12. 3 straight points for Dominion Christian. It counts. What an ace by Rachel Caldwell that hit the top of the net, which it counts in tennis but not in ping pong. As the Brookstone Cougars just coming out of the locker room, they're anticipating taking the court, knowing that this match is about to come to a close. Not sure how long this match is going to go on more, but they know they're next. Shell slamming it. O'Neal, what a block. But Valwood gets the point. That was net interference by Alexia Vekrin. With a bump. Shell. That is too high. And once again, Valwood has tied it up. I can't explain what's happening at the Rose Bowl right now. UCLA is mollywalking Penn State 27-7. That could be the most shocking college football score today. That's even more shocking than what Clemson did to North Carolina. Dominion Christian now leads 15-4. Now make it 16-14. 16-14. Dominion Christian knows how important this elimination set is. And Valwood gets the point. It was too far for Caitlin Watson, which, by the way, is only an 8th grader. I just wanted to throw that out there. 16-15. O'Neal to serve. Trying to get, we got a newcomer in there. Kaylee Baker. Valwood coming up with a point. Tying this bad boy up at 16. And O'Neal continuing her hot streak. Watson with a bump. Shell slamming it out of bounds. Valwood gets the point. Valwood from Valdosta taking on Dominion Christian from Marietta. Infield. O'Neal sets. Good block. Keeping it in play. Avoiding the net. Dominion gets the point. 17-17. Here we go. Addie Shell on to serve for Dominion. As Brookstone patiently awaits. Good block. Nice dig, but Dominion gets the point. And they're back on top, 18-17. Shell to serve. Got to get it over. They do. Good bump. Getting that one over was Baker. Nice dig by Caldwell. Montgomery. Shell. Good save. What a volley there, Vecren. And they get the point. Dominion Christian now leads by 2. Timeout. We'll take 1-2. Dominion Christian trying to keep this game alive and force a 5th and decisive set in the first round of the GIAA playoffs on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
We're back here at Brookstone. We've got Valwood taking on Dominion Christian. They currently lead 2-1. We're here in set 4. Dominion Christian up by 2. Serving. Addie Shell on to serve for Dominion. Nice bump. Setting it. Baker deflected. O'Neal sets. Putting it down is Presley Allen, and it's now 19-18. So far, we got one team that has punched their ticket to the Final Four, and that is Tallulah Falls. They will be playing at 1 o'clock on Friday at Shorter University, the winner of the Keens Academy and St. Andrews. Nice dig, but it's not going to be enough. Dominion now leads 20-18. And on to serve is Alexa Vecren. Too far. And Valwood gets the point, and we're all knotted up at 20. Piper Martin on to serve. And that's on the line. Valwood gets the point. Valwood, the number 10 seed, taking on Dominion Christian, the number 7 seed. So far in this tournament, we've had nothing but chalk. Could this be the first upset of the tournament? Baker slams it into the net, and Valwood takes a 2-point lead. They are 3 points away from pulling off the first upset of the tournament. Baker. Piper Martin. Good dig. O'Neal. Look at Montgomery just fighting. Look at that. Margaret Parks fighting. How bad do they want it? Parks slamming it down is Baker for Dominion Christian, and they trail 22-21. As Brookstone just patiently waiting for this one to end. I'm not sure how much time they're going to give them. They practically gave him the full hour because the Brookstone game actually ended quickly. Dominion Christian just tied it at 22. Yeah, that Brookstone FPD game ended at about 3:10, and they gave them the full hour. They started right on time at 4. O'Neal. Caldwell with a bump. Corbin. O'Neal. O'Neal! What a shot to put them where they weren't. Valwood leads by 1. Serve for the Valiants. But first, we got a timeout. Don't go anywhere. The winner takes on Brookstone. First round GIAA action on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to Zaxby's for their continued partnership with us for over the last couple years since we started this. Your partnership has meant the world for us to give you premier coverage for all the local sporting events around the Chattahoochee Valley area. And specifically, I want to thank Judson Humphreys, my good friend, and the Phoenix City location, being with us from the very beginning, man.
We just appreciate what y'all do in the community for these student athletes, and we just want to be a part of it.
Whether it's tailgating, parties, or you just want a quick bite to eat, come to the Phoenix City Zaxby's location and tell them Georgia Alabama Sports Live and Thrift sent you. Thank you again to Judson Humphreys and Zaxby's for our continued partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Welcome back. Valwood gets the point on the serve. This is match point coming up for Valwood. Presley Allen on the serve. Shell out of bounds. Valwood takes the match against Dominion Christian to be the biggest upset of the tournament so far. Valwood ends up winning this match, and they will end up taking on Brookstone in the second round. Approximately, I'm not going to say 10 minutes. They're going to give them at least 30 minutes to warm up. But we have got to name Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands Player of the Game, and I'm going to give it to Abby O'Neal. She was incredible with the 5 straight set points. And the number 10 seed, Valwood Valiants, out of Valdosta, end up defeating Dominion Christian 26-24. They lost 22-25, 25-20, and then finally winning this one by a score of 25-22. Valwood wins. They'll face Brookstone in approximately 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We've got a second round matchup for you coming up on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Back after this. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the second round of the GIAA Volleyball Playoffs here on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. We have been here all afternoon as we featured the first two games in the first round. And now we've got Brookstone taking on Valwood. The number 2 seed Brookstone took care of the number 15 seed First Presbyterian Day in 3 sets. And then we had an epic battle between the number 10 seed Valwood and the number 7 seed Dominion Christian. And Valwood ends up taking it in 4 sets, as that so far in the tournament has been the biggest upset. Looking at the bracket right now, the Keens Academy taking on St. Andrews, the number 8 seed, right now as we speak. Tallulah Falls is the first team to punch their ticket to the Final Four. They defeated Loganville in 3 sets earlier today. And Pacelli is leading Calvary Christian 2-1 as they get ready for set number 4. And Brookstone will take on the winner. Will take on Valwood. So the winner of this game will punch their ticket to the Final Four, and then we'll take on the winner of Pacelli Calvary. Yeah, just looking at the bracket just to make sure that it looks good. All right, how's everybody doing? Hey, we're ready to – well, we're about 4 minutes ready. Valwood's got to do their warm-ups, and we'll get ready to start this volleyball match. It's the second round. It's Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Wow. I mean, what a match. It was really an all-timer. Valwood and Dominion Christian, and now Valwood has to turn around, and they might have had a 20-minute break, but they got to turn around and play another game. Meanwhile, Brookstone has been patiently waiting with Zen-like patience. They even grabbed lunch. They were behind me on this little causeway, just chilling. Some of them were even watching the match. I know Coach Halverson was. And getting ready for this match. It's also a rematch of the second round matchup last year. Valwood ended up losing to Brookstone in 3 sets last year on this same court. All right, we're going to step aside. We got some commercial breaks to run, and then we'll get ready for this round 2 matchup between the Valiants from Valwood and the Cougars from Brookstone. It's coming your way on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Georgia Alabama Sports Live wants to say thank you to Zaxby's for their continued partnership with us for over the last couple of years since we started this. Your partnership has meant the world for us to give you premier coverage for all the local sporting events around the Chattahoochee Valley area. And specifically, I want to thank Judson Humphreys, my good friend, and the Phoenix City location, being with us from the very beginning, man.
Absolutely. Well, we just appreciate what y'all do in the community for these student athletes, and we just want to be a part of it.
Whether it's tailgating, parties, or you just want a quick bite to eat, come to the Phoenix City Zaxby's location and tell them Georgia Alabama Sports Live and Thrift sent you. Thank you again to Judson Humphreys and Zaxby's for our continued partnership on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk takers. For the optimists, pessimists, exhibitionists. For long distance love. For the farsighted, nearsighted. For introverts and extroverts. For the thinkers and the doers. For old friends. Coca-Cola. For everyone.
And welcome back here to Brookstone. It is finally time to get this second round matchup started. We've been here all afternoon. Brookstone won the first game against FPD. Valwood ended up defeating Dominion Christian in 4 sets. It's the number 10 seed Valwood Valiants out of Valdosta, 19-10 on the season, taking on the Brookstone Cougars, the number 2 seed, 26-6 on the season. Winner goes to Shorter University to play in the Final Four for the GIAA Volleyball Championships. We've already got 1 ticket punch so far. Tallulah Falls defeated Loganville Christian Academy in 3 sets earlier today. The Kings Academy is taking on St. Andrews right now. And one thing about this Valwood team, they are resilient. Margaret Parks, that's the player to watch out for. She's got 2.9 kills per set. But Abby O'Neill, who is the Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands Player of the game for the game against Dominion Christian, is one of those setters that really knows how to serve. And she did a great job with 5 straight points against Dominion. Brookstone serves first, underway. Over to Montgomery, the bump. Sluter with a bump. Galligan back line. O'Neill trying to control it. How about Montgomery? Nice dig by Carson Galligan. Cannot get it, and Valwood ends up getting the first point. Valwood just trying to use that momentum from playing a long and gruesome match against Dominion Christian to try to compete with the number 2 seed in the GIAA and the runners-up from last season. Mary Blake McCloyd on to serve. We got a little delay in action. By the way, some score updates. UCLA leading Penn State 34-28. Florida leading Texas 29-14. Start of the fourth quarter, Vanderbilt trailing Alabama 20-14. Yeah, and as I'm reading off these scores, I'm seeing people down below me turning their head like, what college football's going on right now? Sluter. And that's another point for Valwood. We're just having fun up here. Good play there by McCloyd on the serve. And another ace from McCloyd. Boy, Valwood has come out strong here, and Brookstone has just got to shake off the jitters. I mean, they've been patiently waiting for at least 2 hours. Fega trying to save it. Galligan slamming it. That's how you get started. With a signature Carson Galligan slam, and it's 3-1. And now Priscilla Fega on to serve. There's the libero. And Valwood gets the point. Vega with a bump. There's Gutierrez. How about Carson Galligan with the slam, and it's 4-2. And now the libero and Sluter on to serve for Brookstone. O'Neal. How about Parks? What a block there by McPherson. Trying to save it. Gutierrez. Sluter with a bump. Galligan. Deflected off Valwood, and another kill for Carson Galligan. That's already 3. She is responsible for the 3 Brookstone points so far in this match. Sluter to serve. Got to call it. Vega trying to save it on that back line. Got to get it over. Carson Galligan does. And Carson Galligan gives them the point, and Brookstone has just tied it up. She has been responsible for all 4 points for Brookstone. Sluter to serve. I think Valwood should have just let that one go. And smartly, Brookstone lets that one go. A little too far. Brookstone, who was down 3-0, now lead 5-4. Sluter to serve. The bump by McLeod. Deflected by Brookstone, and what a play there by Margaret Parks to tie it up at 5. Now Presley Allen on to serve for Valwood. Line drive going in, trying to save it was Hollingsworth. The bump by Allen. Parks with the slam. How about Margaret Parks? Gives Valwood a 6-5 lead. Parks looked fantastic in that game against Dominion Christian. And she is keeping form from the last game. And that's in. Valwood gets the point. Presley Allen on the serve. And Valwood taking an early 7-5 lead in this first set. Presley Allen on to serve, and it's into the net. And Brookstone gets the point and gets the serve. That goes into the net. Valwood so far the lone team in the tournament that has had an upset. The 10 seed knocking down the 7 seed. Everybody else, it's been chalk so far. By the way, Calvary and Bocelli battling as they are in the 4th set. Bocelli leading 2-1. There, Montgomery. Sluter saving it. Gutierrez. Galligan. Galligan slamming it down, and that is her 4th kill in this set. Are you kidding me? She might end up having 10 kills in this set. She averages close to 4 or 5 kills a set. But my goodness. Carson Galligan on to serve, and she's leading the team in aces too. What a block by McPherson, and Brookstone ties it. And it's 8-8. And Carson Galligan says, you know what? Let's keep this going. Galligan to serve. And line drive coming in. O'Neal sets Montgomery. What a block by McPherson. Montgomery with a dig by Galligan. Gutierrez. Fega. Backline played by Parks. Fega with a bump. Gutierrez. Fega slamming it down. But it's going to be Valwood's point because it goes out of bounds, and Valwood did not touch it. The smart play by Valwood to just let it go. And now on to serve is Kerrigan Collins. Trying to get that one was Fernandez. And a point going to Brookstone. It's 9-9. This first set is starting to look like those sets with Valwood and Dominion Christian. Just back and forth. nobody really taking charge in the sets. Valwood would go up by 3. Dominion Christian would come back and tie it. How about that slam? Vega slamming it. That back line and cannot get it was Edenfield, and Brookstone gets the point. And now Meg McPherson on to serve for Brookstone. O'Neal. Nice block by Fega, and Brookstone gets the point. And now you get the sense that Brookstone is starting to feel confident. And when will fatigue play a factor with Valwood having that marathon of a game that they just finished like 20 minutes ago? O'Neal, the set. Keeping it in play. Waltrip. O'Neal sets. Montgomery out of bounds. Brookstone point. McPherson to serve. McPherson, Galligan saving it. Fega, O'Neal, Montgomery, and point going to Valwood. Good play by Hattie Montgomery. Pacelli leads Calvary in the fourth set 19-16. They lead 2-1 in that set. The winner of this match will take on the winner of that match in Rome on Friday. And Brookstone gets the point. And now here comes the freshman, Evangeline Gutierrez, who is honorable mention for the all-region team in the GIAA. And that's going to Valwood. On to serve is Mary Blake McLeod. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. Hollinsworth. Tipped. Point Brookstone. And now Priscilla Fega on to serve for Brookstone. And Fega with the ace. Trying to keep it alive, O'Neal. How about Parks? On the line, point Valwood. What a shot by Margaret Parks. And it's 15-12. And now the libero, Elizabeth Edenfield, on to serve. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. Galligan. And still in play. It hit the rafters. You can play on it. Hollinsworth. O'Neal. How about Parks? That back line is Hargrove. And how about that shot by Carson Galligan? 16-12. Pacelli leading Calvary 22-18 in the fourth set. They are 3 points away from the second team today to punch their ticket to the Final Four. O'Neal. Parks slamming it down, but what a dig by Hargrove. But Parks gets credit for the kill, and it's 16-13. This Margaret Parks, she's only a sophomore, leading the team with 2.9 kills per set. And now the senior, the middle blocker, Presley Allen on to serve. Trying to save it was Hargrove. Galligan gets it over. Edenfield, Galligan, Gutierrez, back to Galligan. Galligan slamming it down. It's 17-13. She will not be denied. Good luck trying to stop it when it's coming at you 60 miles an hour. And I thought that Valwood was going to not play that. The Valwood gets a break because I seriously thought that was going to go out of bounds. Valwood decided to play it, and they get the point. It's 17-14. And now Margaret Parks is going to serve. This line drive coming in. Ferdinand trying to save it. Good job there by McPherson. O'Neal. Parks. Good dig by Gutierrez. Galligan. That is textbook. She knows exactly where to hit it. She hit it where they weren't. And it's 18-14. The winner will go to the Final Four, which will be taking place next Friday at Shorter University. Galligan to serve. Bump there by Allen. How about Montgomery? Montgomery gets the slam over. It's 18-15. Hattie Montgomery, the senior who averages 1.6 kills per set. We're going to get some subs in. Valwood led by their coach, Val Gallahan. Coach Lee Halverson, the coach for Brookstone. Priscilla Fega trying to keep it alive. Gutierrez, McPherson. How about Montgomery? Back line, Galligan, Gutierrez, McPherson. O'Neal with a bump. Montgomery slamming it down, but saving it. Sluter gets it over. O'Neal. What a block there by Fega. Trying to keep it in play. Man, this is a crazy rally. Carson Galligan, and she's like, you know what? That was a nice rally, but I'm going to finish this. And Carson Galligan finishes the most impressive rally I've seen today. It's 19-15. Pacelli just punched their ticket to the Final Four. They defeated Calvary today in 4 sets. Congratulations to the defending champion, Pacelli Vikings. The winner of this match will take on Pacelli. That will be on Friday at 2:30. 19-16 is your score. We're here in the first set between the number 10 seed Valwood, the number 2 seed Brookstone. O'Neal on to serve. And Galligan, oh, that's already 3 hits. Carson Galligan has got at least 8, responsible for 8 points, and has really taken over this game in the first set. On to serve is the freshman Evangeline Gutierrez. But before she does that, we've got a timeout. Brookstone leading Valwood 20-16. Back after this is the GIAA second round volleyball playoffs on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back here to Brookstone. I've got a bracket in front of me, and I went ahead and wrote in Pacelli in that Final Four position along with Tallulah Falls. They are two teams that have punched their ticket to the Final Four so far. The Keens Academy taking on St. Andrews. Brookstone taking on Valwood. We got two more slots to fill for the right to go to Rome. There's a nice rally here. Gutierrez sets. Waltrip, the back line, the libero Edenfield. Montgomery, Carson with a bump in the back line. Priscilla Fega slamming it down. She will not be denied. It's 21-16. How about that slam by Priscilla Fega? We'd like to welcome those of you who are watching Calvary and Pacelli. We're glad that you switched over to this game. Gutierrez. How about Hollinsworth? Point, Brookstone off the deflection. It's 22-16. Gutierrez keeping it going. Allen. Bump by Gutierrez. Sluter with a bump. Galligan slams it for the back line, and that's going to be a point for Brookstone. 2 points away from taking the first set. And that hits the net. Valwood jumped out to an early lead, and I think it's because they had a lot of momentum, especially having the match they had against Dominion Christian. But Brookstone started coming alive, and they're up 23-17, trying to close out this one. But Valwood trying to get back in this. Gutierrez, Waltrip, slamming it down. It's set point coming up for Brookstone. Trying to keep it alive. Trying to get it over, and it will not matter. Brookstone takes the first set. They win set number one, 25-17, as we'll be back with set two here in the second round of the GIAA playoffs on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Houlihan's delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
And we are back here for set number 2. Brookstone takes the first set 25-17. By the way, some baseball scores. The Milwaukee Brewers defeated the Chicago Cubs 9-3. Take a 1-0 series lead in the divisional series. And the Blue Jays leading the Yankees 6-1 in the top of the 8th inning. Dodgers and Phillies underway. And how about Vanderbilt staying tough with Alabama? I know Alabama's got the ball in Vanderbilt territory, but they only trail 20-14. And then we got a couple of upsets. Florida leading Texas, and then UCLA leading Penn State. Gotta love college football and watching high school volleyball on a Saturday afternoon. It doesn't get any better than this. And we're glad that you're able to live stream us and also watch college football on your device. Or you might have this on the TV, because we are also on YouTube. We go anywhere. The palm of your hand or in the comfort of your home on TV. Here we go. Valwood serving, and they get the point. That was a quick serve there by the Valiants from Valwood. This is a rematch of the second round game that took place here last year. That's going to be another point for Valwood. Abby O'Neill. The bump by Montgomery. O'Neill sets. What a block there by Fega. Brookstone. With the serve. Gutierrez hits it on the net, and that's going to be a point for Brookstone. Gutierrez to serve. Allen. Montgomery. Brookstone smartly letting it go. 2 of the 4 spots already punched in for the Final Four. Tallulah Falls and Pacelli. The Keens Academy taking on St. Andrews. That's 1 spot. And then this game. Valwood's got to get it over. And they do. A good save. Waltrip gets it over. I don't think she was expecting that. She thought that Fega was going to slam it, but Waltrip decided to take it, and it might have thrown off Valwood because they weren't expecting it. But it is 4 straight points for Brookstone here in this second set. Gutierrez on to serve. Slamming it. And Whitehead gives Brookstone a 5-2 lead. Minute. It's in. And it's an ace. Six straight points for Gutierrez. O'Neill. Galligan with a bump. Gutierrez sets. Vega. The bump by Montgomery. O'Neill. Nice dig there by Gutierrez. O'Neill gets it over. Sluter. Gutierrez. Galligan slams it from the back line, and it's in. And Brookstone leads 7-2. Yeah, look at Coach Halverson fired up on that one. Gutierrez. Gutierrez with the ace. And that is 8 points for Brookstone. Timeout will take 1-2 as Brookstone out on top in this second set, 8-2. Back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Welcome back to Brookstone. 8 straight points for the Cougars, and all in the hands of the freshman, Evangeline Gutierrez. Make that 9 straight points. Perry with the bump. Edenfield. Callaghan. Gutierrez. Wall trip. That's a nice block by Piper Martin. And on to serve, Mary Blake McLeod. Fega with a bump. Gutierrez. Priscilla Fega. Backline McLeod. Miscommunication there. Brookstone getting the point. It's 10-3. Fega serve goes into the net. Like us on Facebook, subscribe to the YouTube channel. This will be the final regular season volleyball match that we will be live streaming. Not sure if we're going to live stream any of the GHSA playoffs. I think we're going to live stream the region tournament. That's going to be on Wednesday. But as far as the GIAA goes, this will be the final regular season GIAA volleyball match that we will have. As Thrift and I will actually be up in Rome for the GIAA.TV for the semifinals and finals as Valwood gets the point. I'll be there Friday all day starting at 10 o'clock, both classifications. And then Thrift will be calling the championships on Saturday. We know that Tallulah Falls and Pacelli have already punched their tickets. And we'll try to get score updates on the other classifications. Perry to serve. It's just a low volley. Meg McPherson, good block there by Valwood. Callaghan gets it over. Perry trying to save it. Parks, backline, Sluter, Gutierrez, Callaghan. And that might have just taken a bad angle off the hand, and Valwood gets the point. Sometimes you just got to time it perfectly. But Perry continues to serve. Fega. Gutierrez. Priscilla Fega deflected. The bump by Griner. Fago with a bump. Gutierrez. And Whitehead goes out of bounds, and it's 11-7 now. The runners-up in the GIAA last year hoping to get to Rome so they could have the rematch with the defending 3A champions. Parks. Oh, Fago got it over. He was just trying to save that one. Parks slams it into the net. Point Brookstone. They would love to get that matchup for the 4th time this season against Pacelli. They faced him in a tournament, and they split the area series with them. That's out of bounds, and Valwood gets the point, hanging around. This is a scrappy Valwood team that really is playing with house money. Being the number 10 seed and upsetting the 7 seed, they felt like they were underseeded, and they're going toe-to-toe with a number 2 seed, Brookstone. There's Parks on the serve. Gutierrez saving it. McPherson. McPherson gets the point for Brookstone. And now Carson, a.k.a. the closer, is on to serve. We got a line drive serve. And trying to get the dig was Fernandan, but a good job by Presley Allen to get the point, and it's 13-9. And on to serve, Elizabeth Edenfield. Hargrove, Gutierrez, McPherson. Brookstone gets the point. It is 14-9. And Meg McPherson on to serve. That line drive coming in there, trying to get it, and Brookstone again with the point, 15-9. And another point. Good block by Waltrip. Brookstone took the first set, 25-17. Waltrip again reaches up and slams it down. It's 17-9. Parks, bump by Gutierrez. Fago, back line. They're going to have to try to get it over. Parks, good dig there by Hargrove. McPherson gets it over. Trying to save it. Got to hit it, and they can, and Brookstone gets the point. And they now lead 18-9. Got to hit it over. And they do. Hargrove. Waltrip. And Brookstone's going to get the point. Looked like there was net interference by Valwood. And we got ourselves a timeout. Brookstone trying to win this second set to go up 2-0 as the winner is going to punch their ticket to Rome. We'll be right back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Houlihan serves fresh, handcrafted dishes made just the way you like them. Juicy burgers, sizzling steaks, crisp salads, and shareable appetizers set the table for every appetite. Relax with friends, celebrate special moments, or enjoy a casual night out. Hula Hands delivers great food, great drinks, and great times, with 2 locations in Columbus, downtown at the Marriott Hotel and on Sidney Simons Boulevard at the Doubletree Hotel.
And we are back. Second set, Brookstone leading 19-9. And that's going to be out. And Brookstone gets the point. McPherson to serve, and it goes into the net. And if there's anybody that Valwood wants there serving, it's Abby O'Neill. She rattled off 5 straight serves against Dominion Christian. And O'Neill gets an ace. Starting it off right for Valwood as they're trying to make their comeback. Good save there by Hargrove. Gutierrez gets it over. Edenfield with a bump. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez sets. Vega. Slamming it down, but it goes out of bounds. No deflection. Point goes to Valwood. Abby O'Neill just trying to be patient, getting these first 2 points on her serves. These are valuable points to try to come back in this second set for Valwood. O'Neill to serve. Hargrove with a bump. Gutierrez. Priscilla Vega. Wow. Good luck trying to return that. And now Gutierrez, who rattled off 8 straight points to start the set, is on to serve. O'Neill with a bump. Perry. Gutierrez with a bump. Sluter. That goes into the net. Mary Blake McLeod beyond to serve. Sluter, back line with the bump. Vega out of bounds, and Valwood gets the point. And question is from Coach Halverson, when does Carson Galligan come back in the game? Because Valwood has had a pretty decent comeback here. Nice dig by Sluter, which goes over. That was incredible. Here's Parks. Parks with a slam. Wow. Margaret Parks cuts the lead to 6. Mary Blake McLeod on to serve. Sluter. And Valwood gets the point. It is 21-16. Timeout on the floor as Valwood making their comeback in the second set. We'll be back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Back here at Brookstone, round 2 of the GIAA volleyball playoffs. Mary Blake McLeod on to serve. Valwood trailing 21-16 in the second set. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez, Waltrip, and they needed that. Brookstone with Carson Galligan on the bench needed a point, and look who's coming back in the game. A well-deserved breather for Carson Galligan, and Brookstone's trying to finish off this set. That was a great strategy by Coach Halverson. It's Vega. O'Neal. Parks. Oh, she has been dangerous on that front line. Carson Galligan. Carson Galligan again. Hey, why not? If it doesn't work the first time, just do it the second time. She ends up spiking it off the deflection 2 times. It is now 23-16. That's why they call her the closer. Just like a relief pitcher in baseball, working the 8th and 9th inning. That's why Coach Halverson brought her back in the game. That goes out of bounds, and we've got set point coming up for Brookstone. They are 1 point away from going up 2-0. And Priscilla Vega on to serve. Look at that. This is just the anticipation, knowing where the ball is going to be. And how about Whitehead? Oh, what a save there by Valwood. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez sets. Waltrip out of bounds. Too high and too far. And Valwood's got a sign of life in the second set. And on to serve is going to be Kerrigan Collins. Nice dig by Galligan. Oh, the dig got it over. And how about that play by Waltrip to take set 2, Brookstone. They lead 2-0 by taking both sets, 25-17 over Valwood. We get ready for set number 3 here in the second round of the GIAA volleyball playoffs on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
Whether you're building your business or finding your dream home, G2 Real Estate is with you every step of the way. Commercial or residential, our mission is the same, turning your vision into reality. With experience, insight, and a commitment to your success, we're more than brokers, we're your partners. G2 Real Estate, building futures one property at a time.
And we are back, getting ready for set number 3. Brookstone 1 set away from punching their ticket back to the Final Four, where they were the runner-up last year. The semifinals will be taking place at Shorter University in Rome for both classifications, AA and AAA. And the winner of this match will take on Pacelli, as they have already punched their ticket to the Final Four, along with Tallulah Falls. The Keens Academy is taking on St. Andrews right now. And on to serve is the freshman Evangeline Gutierrez. And slamming it was Piper Martin. And so far, Valwood up 1-0. And Presley Birch, who did not see a whole lot of playing time against Dominion Christian, and slamming it out of bounds. And Valwood takes a 2-0 lead. Just like they were in that second set. They were up 2-0. And then Brookstone rallied off 8 straight points as that goes out of bounds. And this is what Brookstone does. They get down and they don't panic. Valwood jumped out early on Brookstone in all 3 sets. Well, this is what Brookstone does. They're able to maintain their composure. How about Parks? Vega, the back line. Gutierrez. Carson Galligan. And Carson Galligan with a big slam. It's 2-2. Utah, give me 2. Priscilla Vega with the serve. Edenfield. O'Neal. Parks blocked. Good job by Gutierrez to recover. And another block by Parks. And Valwood leads 3-2. One thing about Valwood, they are going to fight tooth and nail in this match. They're not going to give up like they did against Dominion Christian. There's a slam there by Virginia Hollingsworth, and a point to Brookstone. By the way, the biggest upset of the college football season just happened. UCLA knocks off Penn State. Wow. I'm absolutely shocked. Sluter on the serve. Galligan. Carson Galligan. Oh, that just, was that out? I guess she saved it. McPherson. That looked like it hit the ground, but I guess it didn't. Gutierrez. Hollingsworth, deflection. Nice dig by Allen. Gutierrez. Galligan, blocked, deflected, point, Brookstone. Now Ann Sluter on to serve. And that goes into the net. And it's now 4-4. McPherson, Galligan. And Brookstone gets the point. Parks playing it off the rafters. McPherson with the slam, trying to save it as Parks. Backline Hollingsworth. Carson Galligan with another slam, and it's 6-4. Hollingsworth on to serve. And a good job by Valwood to get the point off the tip. And Margaret Parks on to serve. And McPherson said, my bad. She was trying to bump and it slipped off her hands. And we're tied at 6 once again. Parks to serve, out of bounds, and Brookstone gets the point. Good recovery by Valwood. McPherson with a bump. Gutierrez. McPherson, good block. Backline Parks. O'Neal. Perry. Allen. Vega. Playing it off the rafters. Vega. Point going to Brookstone. That actually hit the ref, but that was off the deflection for Valwood. And the Valwood players are saying, hey, we know you can't avoid that. It's okay. Parks, Edenfield, out of bounds, Brookstone, point. And an ace for Galligan. Now 10-6. Galligan on the serve, O'Neal. There's a stud still. Vega. Nice dig there by Parks, but it's not going to matter. Brookstone gets the point, and it's now 11-6. And we got a timeout. We'll take one too. We'll be back after this on Georgia Alabama Sports Live.
But with the Kinetic Credit Union app, Kinetic is always with me. The Kinetic mobile app is virtual banking at its best. With the Kinetic mobile app, I can easily send and receive money, make a deposit, pay some bills, and I can even open up a new account, all from my phone. And I can monitor all my accounts in one place, all on the go. The Kinetic mobile app, energized banking at its best.
Kinetic Credit Union, the energy for your dreams.
Welcome back here to Brookstone. It's the second round matchup of the GIAA Volleyball playoffs with a spot in Rome on the line. As the winner of this match will take on Pacelli, 2:30 p.m. on Friday at Shorter University. Tallulah Falls has already punched their ticket to the Final Four, and we're still waiting on a winner from the Keens Academy and St. Andrews. Vega slamming it down, and Brookstone gets the point. how much Brookstone would anticipate that rematch with Pacelli, getting an opportunity to face him 4 times this season. Galligan. It goes into the net, and Brookstone gets the point. And Carson Galligan, a line drive serve. How about Montgomery? Galligan with a bump. Gutierrez. McPherson slamming it. It's in. Brookstone leads 14-6. Galligan with the serve. And got to get it over. And they do. McPherson with a bump. Gutierrez, McPherson. The bump by Edenfield. Montgomery, Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. Vega slams it home. How about that play by Priscilla Vega? It's 15-6. Carson Galligan to serve. The bump into the net, 16-6. Galligan to serve. The bump. Deflected. Point going to Valwood. Good job there by Hattie Montgomery. We got some subs coming in for Coach Gallahan. And now on to serve is Kerrigan Collins. The set. Vega. Point Brookstone. And we got Sluter checking out. And checking back in is Waldrip. McPherson to serve. McPherson with the ace. It's now 18-7. McPherson. Bump. O'Neal. What a job there by Abby O'Neal to do the fake out. It looked like she was going to set it up for her teammates, but she decided at the last minute to just set it over. That was a very cool fake out. Kind of caught Brookstone off guard. They weren't expecting it. Abby O'Neal, she is the top server for Valwood, and she gets an ace. This is exactly what Valwood needs if they want to stay in this volleyball match. A great performance by Abby O'Neal. She was named the Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands Player of the Game in the match against Dominion Christian. And that's out of bounds. And that's the announcer jinx right there. Sorry, Abby. Another good server, Evangeline Gutierrez, and she also wears number 1. And the block, and Valwood gets the point, and boy, that announcer jinx really works both ways, doesn't it? On to serve, Mary Blake McLeod. And that goes out of bounds. And Brookstone now leads 20-11. They are 5 points away from punching their ticket to Rome with a spot on the line to get to play their longtime rival Pacelli in the semifinals. And they're playing Plinko on the rafters, and that's a big break for Brookstone as Fega was serving it, and Valwood just didn't know what to do when it was hit up in the rafters. Rules say you can play it off the rafters, but it kind of came down at a weird angle. Parks. How about Parks with the slam, and Valwood trying to get back into this game? It's going to have to start with Margaret Parks, the leading person on that front line. He's got 2.9 kills per set. And now the libero, Elizabeth Edenfield. Sluter. Gutierrez. How about Virginia Hollingsworth? But that goes out of bounds. And Valwood hanging tough. Edenfield on to serve. Little line drive, and Edenfield's got herself an ace. Valwood not giving up in this third set. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez sets. Hollingsworth gets it over off the deflection, and it's now 22-14. And now the libero, Ann Sluter, one of the 4 seniors on this squad, on to serve. O'Neal, Parks, Gutierrez, Carson, Galligan, and the closer, inches closer for Brookstone to take this match, as it is now 22-14. O'Neal with a bump. Parks gets it over. Hargrove with a bump. Gutierrez. McPherson gets it over. Parks slams it. Good recovery there by Hargrove. Hollingsworth. Good save by O'Neal. Parks slams it, but Sluter is there. Gutierrez. Carson Galligan. Blocks. Point. Brookstone. 23-14. The Brookstone fans can feel it in this gymnasium. Sluter. The bump. O'Neal. Parks. Galligan on the deflection. Playing it off the net. McPherson gets it in. And Brookstone, game point coming up. And Sluter can close it out with a trip to the Final Four on the line. O'Neal. Good save there by McPherson, but Valwood comes up with the point. And now coming up to serve is Presley Allen, the middle blocker. Hargrove with a bump. Gutierrez. Hollingsworth into the net. It's 24-16. Presley Allen will continue to serve. Sluter with a bump. Gutierrez. Galligan. And Brookstone is going back to the Final Four as they defeat Valwood 25-17, 25-17, and 25-16. They are going to Shorter University to take on Pacelli for the 4th time this season. And the Brookstone Cougars are headed back to the Final Four. And congratulations, Coach Lee Halverson. The Brookstone Lady Cougars, they did it. What a game. And Brookstone, we got to name an Alex Quinney All-State Good Hands Player of the Game. And, you know, it's Carson Galligan. She was the player of the game against FPD, a.k.a. the closer. One of the best volleyball players in our area. The big-time players step up when it matters the most, and that's what we have. And Brookstone is headed back to the Final Four. Congratulations to Coach Lee Halverson, and congratulations to the Brookstone Cougars. What a game. What a day. Once again, Brookstone defeats Valwood, and you got to give credit to Valwood. The number 10 seed, they knocked off Dominion Christian in 4 sets. Valwood had a valiant effort, no pun intended, but the Brookstone Cougars, they have secured their spot in Rome, Georgia at the campus of Shorter University, and they will face Pacelli next Friday afternoon at 2:30 p.m., and you can catch that game on GIAA.tv. I am honored to be in attendance working for GIAA.tv. Thank you to Tony Morgan and Clint Morgan for that opportunity. Well, this is it. The Brookstone Lady Cougars can celebrate. And we definitely got to put a mic on down there. I know this is going to be exciting for them. But here we go. It's probably time to sign off on the broadcast. Well, it's been fun. It's been a long afternoon, and my voice is almost out. But thank you for watching these playoff matches on Georgia Alabama Sports Live. Once again, the Brookstone Lady Cougars are headed back to the Final Four. Thank you for tuning in to the broadcast, and we will see you next time. Have a good night, everybody.